I know a lot of people will be excited when they hear the sonic boom.
And these are going to provide quite a show because you're going to hear those sonic booms.
Booster landing deployed.
That sonic boom is great for us.
That thunderclap broke the sound barrier.
Side booster separation confirmed.
Just heard the 2 sonic booms here in the room.
Booster landing confirmed.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear, 5-5.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Well, here you are. Hello. Apologies for being a little bit on the late side today. I was actually here on time, and Windows decided to restart my computer. Yeah, so I freaked out because the last time that happened, it broke my webcam. So I kind of went through and had to make sure that everything was A-okay, and everything seems all right. Seems okay. What's negative return? Too far downrange to return to launch site during a space shuttle mission. Not that RTLS for a space shuttle would end well in any way, shape, or form. But, yeah, you know. It's good. Hey, Beardson, haven't been around for a while. Been super focused on school. Good. I actually start flying planes today on my journey to become a commercial airline pilot. Hope things are well. Things are great, man. A reassuring fable, indeed. Yeah, and any failure from like T-minus 0 to like T-minus probably about 5 or 6 minutes is death. Yeah, death. Yeah, death. Yeah, death. Wait, we can't see your webcam. Don't do that to me. It's not funny. That's not funny at all. Don't do that to me. So, yeah, there was already a launch today. That launch was supposed to be super early this morning, ended up being a couple hours ago. So, I mean, check that out.
10, 9, 8.
Why is this
7,
this camera?
6, 5, 4,
This puppy
3,
cam.
2, 1. Ignition.
See what I mean about messing stuff
and
up?
liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Is that a new? That's a new Falcon 9. What mission was that? Or what Falcon 9 was that? 1085. Flight 1. Brand new booster. Huh. That landing was insane. The dance that she does. Oh, okay. Let's see.
Stage 1 landing light deploy.
Whoa! No, no! Whoa! A little bit of chop there.
Stage 1.
You see that, guys? That's why there's crush cores. That's why. That was the big reason why. If it's landing on a wobbly drone ship, see those. Pretty sure those crush cores got a little compacted there. Woo! Woo! That's why that's why the crush cores are there, because of that. Yeah. See, it landed right when the drone ship was going over a wave, and that's what caused it to bounce around. See, the surf isn't too bad out there right now, but it's still enough to. Okay, all right. It's got a little bit of residual burn off from the turbo pumps. Drone ship's getting a tad rusty. All systems. My guess is that they just, the iron oxide coating's gonna cover it just fine. Might just leave it. I mean, I don't think they have time to frickin'. I don't think they have time to repaint that. The drone ships are basically in, get the booster off, and then turn right around and go back out. Right? All the rocket is gonna do is just blow the rust off, right? And then it's just gonna rust over again because ocean. Center. Oh, center. Yes. Very nice. Doesn't it spit out locks after landing? It spits out whatever is left inside of the plumbing, Anta. Yeah. They clean out the turbine machinery. 1085's next mission will be Crew 9. Oh, yeah, that landing was a little... If you've played it, what's your opinion on Gear City? I've never played that, I don't think. At least. Is it bad if I've played so many damn video games I don't remember what I have and haven't played? No, that means you're winning. All right, cool. So, texturing time. We redid the UVs, so let me reopen Maya, and then we reopen Unity, and then we reopen Gimperino, and then we open up Kerbal, and let's get this done. All right. I'm just going to jump right into it if you guys don't mind. Yeah. Let's roll. So where we last left off, I did some... We figured out I wanted to redo the UVs for... I wanted to redo the UVs for this part because I found a better way to do it so we could get higher res textures. Or, well, more detailed textures. And then we can emulate Rover Dude's build style a little bit. I remembered they were planning on using 1085 on Crew 9, but due to having to postpone it, they assigned this core to do a Starlink mission in the meantime. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Have you played Dungeon Keeper? No. I generally don't play games that have the word dungeon in them. All right, so let's go over here. We can shut off Unity Hub for now. GIMP is here. We're gonna make a new GIMP file. There's Maya. Let's open new test parts 2. Don't save. There we go. I changed around the hinge a little bit, and I changed up the edge flow on the parts. I remodeled some things to kind of make it, I don't know, just add a little bit of detail and make it look more like Rover Dudes, like more in line with the build style. I added a little bevel on the end of this to simulate the bevel that's actually on there. Yeah, and we got a lot of work to do. Well, not a lot of work to do. Re-UVing these shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. The moon was great last night, dude. I did go out and look at the moon. I didn't have anything set up to get that done right, but where's Unity? Hello? There you go. Keep using the term UV. I'm sure you're not talking about ultraviolet. So what is UV? Oh, all right, Jim. UV is, yeah, it's not ultraviolet. UVs in 3D models are basically your information for denoting how a texture is assigned to a 3D model. So think about it like this: the 3D model is just like bare metal, right? Just pretend this is made out of metal, right? And you wanted to put decals on it, right? The UV makes sure that you don't get any air bubbles in that decal and make sure that it comes in nice and smooth. Not like stretched, not broken, not like the stickers aren't bent, they don't have air bubbles in them, stuff like that. That's what UVs do. Where that term comes from is the graphical map in Maya, in every 3D software, right? The graphical map for denoting UVs, it uses our Cartesian coordinates, right? But you can't use, obviously you can't use X and Y, right? Because you have X, Y, and Z right here in 3D space. So to denote texture information applied to a part, the UV in every CAD system, the editor in every CAD system uses U and V for coordinates for how texture information is applied. UVs for texturing parts can only exist in 0 to 1, so 1 to 1 U and V. And yeah, it's just the variables that they use for the texture information, because you can't use X and Y here because you're already using X and Y right there. That's all. So let me show you. This piece that we were working on last night, this one right here. If you look at this, see how I have that checkerboard on it? And the checkerboard, like this kind of right here, this square that's the checkerboard shows the texture, right? That's the texture that's applied to the part. I just have a checkerboard. The reason why I put that on there is because of this. Watch. See? You see what it's doing to the texture right there? See that? We're stretching the U and the V. We're stretching it. That's no good. So it's trying to project that square texture and this trapezoidal texture onto this part, and if I stretch the part and change the shape, it's going to stretch the texture to go with it, right? Think about it kind of like wrapping paper almost. Oh, only you have to wrap a present and you can't have any overlap of your wrapping paper. I mean, you could. Have you ever tried Gear City? No. What the hell is... You're the second person to say that to me today. What the hell is Gear City? Gotta spell it right first, idiot. I own it. I don't understand why I own this. I don't know who gave it to me. The hell? Interesting. You get to build up a car company. Oh. Somebody gifted this to me. I have no idea when and where this was gifted to me, but it's in my library. All of this is just gifted games, guys. I don't know. I've played automation before, yeah. So, Jim, you see what I'm talking about? You, like, think about it like wrapping a gift, right? But you can't have the paper overlap. You have to cut it right on the seams, or else it's gonna crease, and you don't want that. That's what UVing is. It basically says what the texture, like how the texture information is applied. Now, the reason why I have the checkerboard on there is because I want the checkerboard to show up as a checkerboard. If it doesn't show up as a checkerboard on the 3D part, right? You know you have what's called squash and stretch. You don't want stretch textures. It'll look like your texture is smudged if you go... That was quick. So, yeah, I edited the model last night because I wanted to change some things, and the reason why I wanted to change some things because I wanted to change the UVs as well. And changing the UVs, yeah, if you're gonna change the UVs, you might as well change the model. There are more efficient ways to do this. You know, I said you can't have overlapping UVs, but you kind of can. It's hard to explain, but yeah, here, let me show you. Oops, no. There we go. Sorry throwing you off. You were watching Shen play it. Thought you would like it. It looks pretty cool. All right, so all those parts are red, so flip it. There we go. Okay. I saw you messing with parts on this. That's cool. All right, where am I? Let me reset. So we mirrored that, and obviously we don't have a checker right there. We have a rectangle. We need squares. But these are two separate pieces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what's called the combine function, and now they're going to act as one piece of geometry. I don't want vertex face there. I'm going to transparent out the upper hinge so I can't select it. We're going to transparent out that too. This is the only part I want selected right now. Let's go in here. Make sure we're only selecting those vertices, and then let's merge them. And now we kind of we welded those pieces of geometry together. There we go. Now I know they're acting as one, because if I single click on one vertice, it moves everything. So, okay, that's cool. This is kind of what we did the other day, but once again, we have a seam. What's called a seam right here. That's why it seems, that's why it seems like there's a rectangle there. There's not actually a rectangle there. If we go and look at the UV, right, it's just the parts, where the parts are in the texture. So go to shell, go here, move that over there, see? Now if I take this piece and I flip it, right, and then we put these two pieces together, right, we sew that seam together, Do that and that, same function. See, now we have a uniform texture on this piece. See? Hey. Cool. Now the inside, we got to do the same thing. Now the reason, if you look, those ones are red. The reason why they're red is because I mirrored the geometry, and when I mirrored the geometry, it flipped the UVs. So you just got to flip it around. A piece of paper is upside down. It's face down instead of face up. Blue is face up, which is what we want. Sew those two edges together. Cool. Now we got to figure out what we're going to do with the bottom here. Where do we want our seams? There we go. I just wrapped that, and now we really aren't getting any squash and stretch there at all. We got to do this top piece here and then the bottom, and then we're pretty good to go. Still working on it. No, I'm just sitting here, you know, enjoying life. Yeah, of course I'm still working on it. So the bottom obviously can be one. That's easy. Would Blender be able to do the same things? Yeah, sure. Do this with any CAD software. Anything you want. Now I'm just gonna have to unwrap this real quick. That's the inner seam. What texture are we thinking of giving this? Well, this particular piece is designed to work with one of the hinges in Kerbal. I have a prototype version of it loaded into KSP. Let me show you. Yeah, Forge, the next gen cars aren't... I know what that link is. The next gen cars aren't supposed to flip over. Whoops. Yeah, the UVing is more of the artsy stuff, Wolfie. Yeah, we kind of did all the engineering out already. Here, I'll just make a new craft file right here. So I have prototype versions of my part. Here, this is what this is supposed to do. So if you take this, right, and you put a G11 hinge in its place, you can snap it to it, right? Then you take this upper piece and you put the upper piece right there. And then you attach them together, right? See that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If you hit same vessel interaction on this hinge, it strengthens the hinge and prevents it from bending. It's a clamp for the hinge, but it'll still pivot because of how we did our collider boxes. And oh. Yeah, that's what this is supposed to do. Once you finish modeling and texture this part, you could just scale it down so you can work with the G0. Yeah, we could, exactly. So, yeah, the textures that I want to do is basically this. I want to borrow as much of the texture kind of palette for this, and I want to make it look like it belongs on this G11 hinge as a reinforcement piece. The blue texture, the reason why it has blue on it is because that's when I put this part in Unity and tried to export it, it exported the checkerboard, but it didn't export the checkerboard. It exported the blue, not the black. So that's why these parts came out like looking like that. But yeah, this hinge is pretty cool. I guess I can kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So say we have like a full fuel tank, right? Take a full fuel tank here and then get a G11 hinge, push it over here, do this, right? And then just put a piece right here, give it batteries and a probe core so we can control it. Now watch. Put this out on the runway.
Oh yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you
He used a lot of overlap to save texture information, Illness. It's actually pretty smart. That's why I redid it. I wanted to, I learned something with him. So watch this. See? Same vessel interaction. Now watch.
well, let's hit the road.
It doesn't really work with this small of a tank, but this basically prevents the hinge from moving around. It doesn't drift, so like watch, if we do this, right? It'll keep this hinge in place even if we put more fuel here. It won't bend. It's hard to, this is a bad example now that I'm looking at it, but you get the idea. It's designed to clamp stuff together so you can make a stronger joint. I used it to make a crane the other day, and we made a hinge so strong it can rip the rip the rest of the crane off. Can you test how it behaves if a hinge is rotated 90 degrees? 90 degrees on what axis? What are we talking about here? Like that? That would actually probably be a good example of that would be the better way to test this. Yeah. This fuel tank isn't really enough, Raid, to show what I'm talking about here. The tolerance on the hinge is making it it's basically making it end up bend the same amount. Yeah, I mean, it's drifting a little bit, but it's not drifting too much. It won't do it, but yeah, you guys get the idea. It doesn't really show it with a lot of mass, but here. You know what? Let's just go for the jugular. Ready? We'll drive the point home like this. Anybody that knows anything about KSP knows that that's gonna bend. It's gonna bend a lot. Let's go in here. Grandparent part strut that. And now let's try. You could use this to make chopsticks. You can make reinforced chopsticks if you want. Let's see how much it drifts now. Of course, mine popped out of socket. Why wouldn't it? I swear it works better than this. I swear. But that's the idea. We might need to tweak the gliders a little bit. Which is why I'm going back and redoing it, but you get the idea. I think the collider popped out of socket, but if it didn't pop out of socket, that would have stayed like that. It just would have moved, right? But whoops. The real thing about this, guys, is that it's not really okay. To be 100% real, I want it to be stronger. That wasn't, so we got to fix that. But the idea is that your hinges won't drift. Hinges do drift around. They drift around. And what this thing does is use same vessel collision to clamp the hinge back into its original spot. That's the idea. It's stronger, obviously, but yeah, it doesn't. Not stronger in this particular application. We need to put 2 or 3 more hinges up and down. And if we did that, and we did that on both sides, and we time warped a couple of times, my side wouldn't drift. That side would eventually just bend out of shape if we reload the seed a bunch of times, but since we're kind of finite on time, I'm just going to go back into Maya and finish this. So what I'm doing is I'm purposely overlapping some of these. Oh, I remember what's going on here. I have to redo this. Hold on. We got to select those edges. We got to cut them. And see how some of the edges are not as long as the others. Got to fix that. I gotta re-UV map these. Next up with that one. Why did it do that? All right, hold on. That's good enough. Auto mapping, that seemed to be okay. Yeah. There's a little bit of stretch in there, and I had a fix for this earlier, and I just don't remember what it was. Let's try doing it this way, I guess. A little bit of manual adjustment. I got an idea. We'll scale this to the grid. That's how we'll get nice spacing. Just measure 16 blocks. I've really never done this way, but whatever. This is probably not the best way to do this. If you're a 3D artist and watching this and you're going, all right, you can do that way, I guess. Yeah, there's probably a better way to do it, and I had a better way to do it. It's just, you know, I'm a 3D artist by trade myself, but I haven't done this in 15 years. So, yeah, I know what stuff is, but I'm relearning the workflow from scratch, which sucks considering I paid a good amount of money to learn this, but hey, there we go. All right, she good. That's fine. I think we're good with these parts. We just got to scale this to the rest of the pieces. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go in here and I'm going to deselect those ones, and then we're going to go and we're going to lay out. Where's the layout function? Oh, there it is. Have you tried selecting the layout button? Can we optimize? Nope. So, like I said, doing is we're gonna have to do this a little bit manually. So let's I can help out in Blender, but you're on your own in Maya. It's all right, dude. Literally no one's gonna look at your UVs since the part is published. Yeah. Nando, I'm basically just trying to figure out a way to do the least amount of texture work, and that's what I noticed about Rover Dude. He was using overlap mirrored UVs. Yeah, so he basically UV'd half the part, duplicated it over, and didn't even bother trying to align the part together. That's what he did with the hinge. The hinge has symmetrical textures on it. The interesting thing with Rover Dude, though, is that it only has symmetrical textures on certain parts. There's certain pieces that are symmetrical and certain parts aren't, which, once again, this is some Rover Dude black magic that I don't know what's going on with. So, look. See, there's a seam. You can see it right there. See the seam going up the part? Only half the part was textured, and then the texture information is basically mirrored, kind of like mirror symmetry in Kerbal. However, there's that. Now, how would you do that? Because you can select the skin where you can shut that off. I'm pretty sure I only did a quarter of the part. Is there, well, there would be a seam right there if that was the case. Yep, the texture is symmetrical. He only did 1/4 of it. Well, no, that can't be all true because of the hoses. See, that's what I mean, dude. That's real pro stuff. Rover Dude's real good at what he does. Yeah, see what I mean? That's some very good texture optimization. The guy really knows what he's doing. A second face above the first decal. Well, let's shut this for a second, and let's look at the hinge. Is there another face right there? Mother fricker. Impressive. Most impressive. Yeah, it still doesn't explain what's going on down here, but... Yeah, that's what he did, dudes. Yeah, he put another face on there. He duplicated the face. Yeah. Interesting. That's a cool way to do that. A very trick. Very, very, very trick way of doing things. We figured out how Rover Dude did this. Yeah, all it's doing is assigning different texture information. He just did some trick UVing to get that done. There's basically two faces right there. Pretty cool to get the decals. That's why they seamlessly kind of just flow on there, because it's just another... That G11 is just on an alpha channel, which is smart. It still doesn't really explain the plus and the minus, though, but... I needed to check something. Give me 1 second. All right, cool. I think I might just, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say, I might just texture it with this, or we could just texture it bare. We just texture it bare bones like that, with a plus and a minus on it. I think that's what we'll shoot for. We can always add another face, re-export the model, just add a little bit of add the UV if we really want to. Easy peasy. I mean, if that's the case, why would we bother texturing half of it? We're making more work for ourselves. What I'm trying to tell you is that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. right? That's right. Why would you do this any differently? Just do a quarter of it, right? You're making way less work for yourself if you do that. It could just be a texture swap. Yeah, that's possible. Then you can't have plus and minuses, though. Just make sure the texture mirror point lines up. Yeah, by doing just a quarter, you have way more space on the texture. Yeah, you can use overlapping UVs to really go ham on some of this stuff. You can make a much higher res texture this way. Here, let's see if this can lay out. Still such an inefficient way to do that. Yeah, that's why I did the separate faces for plus and minus. Yep. Well, the plus and minuses wouldn't be on this part anyway, so it's all good. We might have to look into making a part variant later, but for right now, we'll just texture it with a gray. I'm just trying to, you gotta kind of piece all this together. It has to fit on the checkerboard. It's not on the checkerboard, it's not gonna, you'll get a repeating texture. It has to fit in the one-to-one space. That's super important. Feel like Legends of the Hidden Temple or Shrine of the Silver Monkey right now, trying to get the damn thing right. Hey, Smoked, what's going on? All right, cool. I'm gonna say that's good enough. So now, right, we take this, let's save.
Discovery, go
and
and throttle up.
then mirror on positive X, right? And then if we do that, UV editor, what's the purpose of the checkerboard pattern? To make sure that the texture, the squares have to be squares, right? If you look at this, if you're looking at this on a 2D plane, right? It's a checkerboard. If I don't make the checkerboard, if I don't make the texture information overlaid onto the part look like a checkerboard, if I go to put a texture on it, the texture is going to be stretched. And it's going to look awful. You got to make the checkerboard on the part. You mirror on the wrong axis, it breaks it. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna have some seamage in it, but it'll be mirrored, so don't really have to worry about it. What we gotta do is you gotta take these parts and we gotta combine them. That's actually a super cool way of doing that, to be honest. That's pretty smart. Just make the border seam at the bottom if you don't want the seam in the middle. Well, I UV'd 1/4 of this Erez because that's what the part that I'm trying to make this seamlessly fit in with another part in the game, right? In Kerbal Space Program. And the guy that did this part, I mean, I know him. The guy that did this part UV'd 1/4 of this and then duplicated and then mirrored it, right? And then, you know, welded all the verts together. So I mean, his has seams there, but it doesn't, you can't even tell. Like, check this out, dude. In Kerbal, that's the part right there. See the hinge? You can't even tell. But if you look close, the texture information is definitely mirrored on 2 axes. It's mirrored X and Y. Because there's 4 sets of scratches there, 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 and there. And then obviously the 3 dots in every corner. So I'm not really concerned having the seam there because the original guy that made this part that I'm designing this part to go with didn't give a frick either. Clearly you can't see it, right? Like, it's really hard to tell. So yeah, that's a very interesting way of doing that. So let's go into image. God, you got you, my bad. I just stumbled upon your channel. I had no idea what's going on. You're trying to fix a mistake by somebody else. I mean, if you can't see it, then happy days. Yeah, I don't think it was a mistake. I'm pretty sure my buddy, I mean, I know, like I said, I know the guy that did that part. Pretty sure my buddy did that on purpose to optimize texture information, which makes sense to me. All right, so I've exported that. Yeah, because this game is the game that he put it in. I mean, he was a developer for this game, for Kerbal Space Program, right? If you look at these parts, I mean, Kerbal has pretty decent graphics, but you can see, like, you know, the game's from 2011, 2012, so you don't want to go too crazy. There's about a 2,500 poly limit on parts, so it pays to keep texture information and resolution low, so you can have more parts. You know, when you know, it's a sandbox game where you put parts together, right? And what I'm doing is I'm making a piece. That's the prototype right there, the blue piece right there of what I'm doing. It's basically a clamp, a reinforcement for the hinge to make this part, which moves, right? It's a robotic piece in the game. Keeps it nice and strong, keeps it from bending. There is kind of rudimentary metal deformation on animatable parts in KSP so that they can fatigue and bend out of shape over time. This clamping piece with these two pieces that I'm making, this one and that one, can hold that hinge in place. So yeah, you know, it's designed to, these pieces are really designed to go with that part. And because they're designed to go with that part, I want them to look like that part. So I'm trying to emulate that part right down to the texture as much as I can, so it looks like it goes with it. Make sense? No, okay, makes sense. Yeah. Just bringing you up to speed. It's a bit of a tricky job by the looks of it. Make total sense. Sorry to bother you. Oh, you're not bothering me at all, dude. No, I appreciate the input, man. I'm a 3D artist by trade, dude, but I haven't done this in a decade. I think the last, like, completed asset I ever did for anything, like, that wasn't for Kerbal or something, was like 2009. So I'm getting used to Maya again, and I'm getting used to how to UV again, and it's like, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that's a lot easier than when I learned how to do this. Like, UVing is not nearly as difficult as it was when I was learning how to do this, man. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. Don't mind making comments and stuff. That's how I learn again, dude. You know? That's how I learned to do this stuff over. Yeah, because it's been a while. So I'm gonna delete history on that part to get all that crap out of there, and then there you go. There's the piece. Okay, I didn't want to bother too much. No, not at all, dude. We're good. Okay, so let's go over here, and we're going to export selection. We're gonna export this as clevis1.fbx. I do not want it to include that's fine. I can always, yeah, unsupported maps. It doesn't like exporting the Maya stock checkerboard into Unity, which is fine. That's okay. All right, so that's one piece down. Let's get the other piece figured out. So the top piece, which we added some mesh to as well, hinge upper layer. There we go. Let's make sure the Clevis piece is not selectable anymore. That's the piece that we're working on. Perfect. All right, what does this thing look like in the UV editor? Not bad. But we can do the same thing here, right? We should be able to just boop, bye-bye. Take that edge, cut that edge. Yeah, anyway, you ain't bothering me at all, by the way. It's all good. All right, now I want to see. I do not want to auto map that shell. So move that over there, and I don't want to auto map that because I already did that. Let's take these parts and re-UV them. Oh, easy peasy, dude. Definitely don't want to see him there. It definitely didn't like doing this again. I don't know why it doesn't like auto mapping that. You know what? Back this out again. Move that over there too, and then take these ones and auto map those. I'm telling you, man, with the freaking normal face map, it's so easy. The joke. I had to do this all one face at a time by hand back in the day. It sucked. In fact, it was such a pain in the butt. I was just like, I don't want to do this. I hate this. Is so annoying. It's so easy now. Can't believe that. Can't believe that. Dude, yeah, no normal projection on Maya 7 when I learned. Maya 7 and Maya 8, dude. No normal projection. You had to planar project stuff, which fucking sucked. It was awful. It was just awful. It made me just not want to do 3D modeling at all. Whoops. Yeah, no face normal mapping, dude. That button was not a thing. It was just planar, cylindrical, spherical. That's it. So like, I remember having to like rotate a mesh in Maya to align a face with a planar map, hit planar map, then rotate it back, hit planar map for another, dude. It was awful. It was awful. Yeah, it was not fun, man. It was not fun. yeah, it was sucky. And then my buddy wrote a script in Mel, right, called Liquid Scripts back in the day, and that basically did this. It projected on the face normal, right? And I used that for my final project, and then I graduated, right? Because it made it so much easier, and I lost the script when I moved back home. And I was like, oh, back to manual UVing. Nope, don't want to do this anymore. I'll go get a job at a grocery store or something. Nah, it's all good, Ayers. All good, man. All good. Yeah, good talking to you, dude. Fun times. Except for the UVing back in the day. That was not fun. That was the opposite of fun. I hated it so much. All right, now we play the puzzle game of trying to fit all this get all these as big as we can and fit them all together. Obviously, that piece can go right in there. Where are the AIs that can do UVs instead of humans? That's what I want. Yeah, right. Yeah. EJ be like, I would rather make this part in real life on a CNC machine. Yup. Yup. All right, here. Take these two.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Rotate them into position. I think that's pretty good, dude. Nice. Hey, Copper, 21-month resub over on Twitch. Thanks, man. All right, so now we just do what we did before. Let's mirror this. Right, mirror it on -X, and then we got to mirror on +Z. Nope. Didn't like that. Mirror on negative Z? Oh, yeah, baby. Cool. Now let's take these two parts, combine them, go into my top view, right there, like that. And I'm gonna merge these verts together. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. Those are too close in the target threshold, so we'll merge vertices again. Oh. They're too close to each other for the threshold. I could adjust the tool, but it's easier to do it that way. All right, now let's just double check, make sure. Yep, okay, we're good. Now, we got to do the same thing over here. Take these two pieces, right? We got to combine them. Go here, select every vert, put those pairs, merge. Now go up in here like this, like that. Okay, now take these two pieces, combine them together, and yep, you guessed it. We're gonna select these center vertices, merge them together. Now it's one piece. Let's just double check. Tug on one of these verts right there, just single click on it and move it. It moves all four edges. We're good. Okay, let's just check our UV map. Yep, we have a bunch of UVs on top of each other. That's why these kind of look magenta, but done. Okay, cool. Let's make sure this object is nice and clean for export by deleting its history. It's just basically stored memory of all the different operations that we just did, modifying the shape and everything. Don't need it. Good, 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 good. Take this. There we go. Part looks all right. So let's take this, export selection. We'll export it as dowel 1. And it's gonna get pissed when we try to export the checkerboard mesh, which is fine. It'll just pop it in as that blue in Unity. Take this, add that to the hinge upper, transparent it out, save our work. Are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. Are right there. So now they're not selectable. And then we got to reapply the texture information in a second after I take this upper piece right here, go into the UV editor and take a UV snapshot. Out UV3 exists already. Good to go. All right. Did you adjust the gliders on the parts? No, I have not. You blew it! Now that, I don't care. I don't care about that. Those, it really doesn't matter. I mean, if we really wanted to, we could take our vertices and we could hit V and vertex snap. Oh. I wonder if it can pick up on the vert snap to... No, it won't vertex snap to a part that's not visible. I don't care. I don't care about that. We could just change the box. Now, this is the hitbox for the part, guys. Gliders don't need to be textured or anything, so this is easy to fix. But it pays to do your due diligence here, you know, make sure it's right. Somebody that's building with this and trying to finally attach a piece to this down the road will thank us later. So, in that regard, let's just move this part down and just bring it in a little bit. Easy. 2 operations, no big deal. Now, this part I don't really care about, but when we go to do the other part, it might be a little bit more difficult. There we go. Fighter boxes are good. So we can export selection. Let's call that 2A. And then export selection, Dowel Collider 3A. And this is Collider 1. The pins we don't need to worry about because we made that collider using a primitive in Unity to make sure that it was a really higher resolution, because you can use surface modeled colliders in Unity. That's, long story short, you can get a smoother hinge if we do the pin in there. I am the smartest man alive. What's up, Tara? How you doing, buddy? I am preventing these damn hinges from drifting. Tara, I'm pretty sure you've been keeping up with this, but yeah, preventing the hinge drift. I told some of the ex-Kerbal devs about what I was doing the other day, and they were like, huh, cool. I'm like, I made the Pedro Pascal face from that, I forget that movie. What's the name of the movie with him with Nicolas Cage where they're driving in the car and he's like, you know. Okay, those are good to go. We can blank out those colliders. Now this. Okay. This one I'm not going to bother changing because that's changing like 5 or 6 gliders. Don't feel like doing that. Let's change the bottom one and we'll call it a day. Man, the guilt trip's getting to me. Why am I guilt tripping myself? That's gonna suck to do that right. That's gonna suck. I don't want to do that. I have to modify so much stuff to get that right. And these are all in a numerical order. I don't want to have to rename 32 of them because we screwed up the number order. It doesn't have to be done, Elfish. This is not that big of a deal. The bottom, though, I think has to be done because that's what people are going to strut stuff to. The flange for this, for the clevis is going to, people are going to want to strut everything to this, so you got to do it that way. You're looking a lot more fluid in this today. At some point you look a bit stumped yesterday. I had a disgustingly bad headache, Wolfie, and the big thing that I was trying to figure out yesterday is whether I should do this, what I'm doing today. I don't like it when I realize I'm going down the wrong path. Like, this is not the right way to do this. There's a way easier way to do it. And I was kind of weighing in my head, is this way quicker? Should I just finish the texture on the UVs that I have now? Or should we go back and re-UV it and change a little bit on the model? Will that take less time? And here's the thing, man. This is me. Like, when it comes to modeling, like, okay. In Kerbal, right? You know, I'll make something and it'll be good enough. Because triangle tessellation is only going to take you so far in KSP, right? It's only going to take you so far. You're kind of limited in what you can do. In Maya, when I'm making the part, I can make whatever I want, right? So what's the point in half-assing it? Why would you do that? You can make it exactly how you want. No questions asked. Like, there's nothing to it. Make it exactly like you want. Easy, right? Why? It's not black boxed, right? Like, I don't know. It's like with the parts, I'm like, I don't know how this part was modeled. I don't know how it was made. I don't know where its origin point is, etc., etc. We got lucky with the triangles that they exported them in a way where the rotational point is on the bottom of the equilateral triangle, or else triangle tessellation would be nigh impossible, right? With this, I don't need to worry about that. I can just make whatever I want. So what's the point in half-assing it? Like, there's no good enough here. I can make it good enough to what I need, right? There's no like, it's good enough, like, no, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. With this, however, I have to adjust 3 colliders here. And what I was gonna say after that is, I have to adjust these colliders, and the problem is that because I have that freedom in Maya, you really should do it right. Yeah, it was bumping up against the light, dude. Thank you. Work habits are hard to ignore. No. Any sound advice I get from you, King Kitten, I'm not gonna be like, well, no, I'm just, okay, I fix. Like, once again, dude, I can make whatever. And when I say whatever, I mean whatever you want. Here, let me show you. I'm sure you've seen this, but like, I'm just making this stupid clevis right now. This is what I've done in the past, right? Like, that's when I was a lot better at this. This is a black box right now. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I don't know what I was cooking, but I was cooking with something. Because check this out. We used aim constraints on this. Had this already 180 gone into the game, watch my thrust vector controls. Watch the TVCs. Right there. So TVC is thrust vector control on a rocket engine. It is your hydraulic actuators that move the nozzle. Watch the TVC. See the pistons on the TVC? Dude, I was cooking. We was cooking, man. And guess what? That's on both axes too. It's really, really annoying. I really wish I mean, it's gonna take a while to dig into this and figure out how to freaking do it again, but yeah. There's an RL10 that I did all the turbine machinery for it. Why did I model those thrust vector actuators so small? Dude, I can do this so much better now. The reason why I can do this so much better is because I know what these components look like. There was a time when I made this was like freaking years ago at this point or something, right? There's a time where I made this where I didn't know what any of this does. I don't know what any of this did. Now I can tell you what every single piece is. Your hydrogen turbine is right here, right? Gearbox. There's a gearbox right there that connects to your LOX impeller. Hydrogen impeller's right there. Hydrogen input right there. LOX input right there. Turbine, that's your turbine dump right there. The turbine dump doesn't come out of your LOX impeller, the LOX turbine though. The reason why is because the RL10 has a transmission built into it. Yeah, it has a transmission. It's geared. It uses the hydrogen for the expander cycle, right? See, they flow the hydrogen in, right? They flow the hydrogen into the engine. It exchanges the heat, and when it starts to warm up, it'll turn to gas, and that gas will expand, and it'll basically start spinning the turbine in here, and that turbine's on a gearbox. It's geared down because the LOX impeller needs a different RPM than the hydrogen. The hydrogen needs to move quick. The LOX one doesn't need to move as fast. You got to move that hydrogen impeller on a Hydrolox engine. It's got to move very quickly because you got to move a lot of propellant really, really fast. So like, dude, I could get in here and I could make this stuff look ace. Like that vent line, I can already tell you that vent line's in the wrong spot, but time to cook with Raptor 3. Yeah, I think I did a B4 here. I modeled this in a day. That's how good I was at this at the time. I'd made so many freaking parts at that point. I modeled that B4 in a day. Once again, my TVC is poo-poo, but it's all right. No one has a good model of Raptor 3 yet? Let's finish the hinge first, dude. The SRB attachment point was a real pain in the butt. That part was hard to make, but we did it. This is an Atlas 5 CCB right there. And then Centaur was pretty awesome. That's a Centaur 3 for people that are wondering. And then if we remove the gliders, you can see what these models look like. Oh, man, I was cooking with this thing. Have you heard of Gear City? That's the third time today, Cactus. Yeah. What? How is Gear City gaining so much traction? Who's playing it? There's got to be another streamer that you guys all watch. I know that Shen is playing it, right? But 3 people have asked me about Gear City today, Cactus. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not upset. Like, and it looks like a really good game. I actually installed it because so many people have been asking. Hey, Audrey. Great to see you working in your wheelhouse again. Oh, thanks. Thanks, bud. Yeah. What do you think, dudes? Think it looks the part? You want to see what a real Centaur 3 looks like? You want to see what a real Centaur 3 looks like? Not bad. I kept it a little bit on the lower resolution side. I wouldn't do that nowadays. We could handle getting in here and getting good with this thing. But yeah, pretty good, right? Like I said, man, used to be good at this, and I'm not saying we can't relearn either. Don't get confused. We can relearn all this. Oh, ULA also asked us for this ULA pack to model Vulcan, and nobody knew what Vulcan looked like. That was my approximation for what I thought Vulcan looked like from like 2017 or 2016. I was pretty close, dude. Okay, I wasn't close on that at all. Segmented SRBs still an option in the future. Why Daitor? You want segmented SRBs? Huh? Can't keep a good man down, Bruce. Can you? You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Sorry, that's Jim Carrey. But maybe. I don't know. Let's just finish one part, dude, before we start getting crazy, you know? Been in and out asking what I'm sure is a common SpaceX fanboy question. You want to build Starship. No, not right now. Probably not. Let's guys, I'm gonna let it ride. I'm only gonna change that unless we absolutely have to. Yeah, let's go. Ready? We need, this is Hinge Clevis Collider 1. Let's call this Hinge Clevis Collider 1A. There we go. Guys, let me be real. I can model the segments. Easy. No problem. We can model the segments. That ain't no problem. What I'm kind of like about is words. Come on. What I'm kind of about is getting the fuel flow logic working. Yeah, the fuel flow, getting that logic working might be a little, you know. Clevis just sounds like something made up for the Camaro in your garage, doesn't it? A Clevis is basically something that, it's something that's U-shaped that something slots into. Yeah. I didn't buy Gear City JDG. I have no idea where that came from. I have it though. Somebody gave it to me and I have no idea what it is or when it was gifted or anything. My, oh my, that's looking nice. Thank you, Urban. How we doing this evening, mate? Everything good? Didn't know it was gifted to you. No, neither did I. neither did I, dude. I don't know. I'm not that smart. I don't know where this game came from. Like, I just had it. Just fill in the blanks with the word like. You can do it. No, I'm trying to not sound stupid, Farm. Don't get confused. I'm trying to not sound dumb. You know what I'm saying? I want to show you guys the Striker because Striker. Yeah, save that. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Put this into KSP. It is way too many polys to do that. Holy frig, you made this? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, Plankin, once upon a time I was pretty friggin' good at this. Wonder if we could put it into AC. Dude, it's 371,000 polys. And it has no textures. I don't know where the textures ended up, dude, to be honest. God, that 240 is so bad. Oh, it looks... What the hell's wrong with the plate? And why did I use surface model? All right, just get rid of that. Just pretend that's not there. Okay. I think the last bit that I worked on the striker was these. I modeled the packet, these kind of trays on the sides. Lower tries than the RSS. I mean, Dink, I can model whatever. We could put whatever you want. That was supposed to be a medevac striker. It was a medevac striker, and I lost the older versions of it. I have no idea where they went. But that was the last time I worked on it, which was probably about 15 years ago or something. See? Look at that. How about big block? Time out, you're about to start your interview. Wish you luck. All right, man. Something about this Camaro looks right, but something about it is uncanny valley, and I'm not 100% sure what it is. What keeps blinking? I don't know. I mean, Dink, we can model whatever car we want. Model whatever, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with it, dude. Something is weird about it. I don't know. I think it's too wide. But yeah, I did the whole interior for this 67, dude. I even textured everything. I don't know where those textures are. They're long gone. But I modeled this at a time where I really didn't know as much about cars as I do now. So a lot of this stuff is kind of abstracted. Like, look at the belts. Look at the belts on the front. There's just, I mean, the alternator, that GM alternator bracket came out pretty good. That looks right. And then the power steering bracket looks good. Those look like GM brackets. It's kind of what it looks like from the fact that the water pump is just awful. How long did it take to make this? 4 or 5 months? Kind of hard to see the ride height without the shadow, but yeah, everything's there. The control arms, it has F-body, it's an F-body, right? F-body control arms, the F-body cross members there, the coil springs are there, the upper control arm, ball joints, spindle is there. For whatever reason, I mean, the dust cover's there. For whatever reason, I modeled a slotted, drilled, or no, just a drilled caliper. That sucked. That was not fun. That was hard to do. That was a hard part to make for me at the time. You had to get the edge flow right, and then I was using subdivisions to get it to look correct. But even still, some of the chamfered vertices just look like poo-poo. It's got Brembo 6 pistons on it, I think. Yep, 6 piston caliper. That was hard. That was tough to make. I have the steering box, which I'm pretty damn sure is in the wrong spot. Pretty dang sure that's in the wrong position. Oh no, actually maybe. No, that's where it is on these. On the later model Camaros, they're up there, and it's moving the idler arm backwards. My tie rods are way too small. The relay link is okay. Idler arm looks good, but they're you know what? I'm gonna stop looking at this before I get annoyed and fix it. Yep, let's go back to our Clevis part. let's just go back to that. I'm gonna keep looking at that, and it's gonna keep bothering me, and then I'm gonna want to fix it, and then that's not gonna work. You should model this bad boy. So when are you putting that in summer car? Ugh. Geo Metro tubbed with a supercharged big block Chevy. That, yep, nope, okay. When you make parts with very distinct geometry, do you make a 2D sketch and extrude the part to make a solid out of it? I use SolidWorks, and I wonder if Maya works. Rem, you can do that. That's called profile modeling in Maya, or surface modeling. Yeah, you can do that. I can make Maya work like a CAD program if we really want to. So we got to go into curves and shapes, right? And say I wanted to, you know, make bar stock, right? Like make a model of what bar stock looks like, right? So you go ring to ring like that, and then you would want to do an extrude function. Surfaces, extrude. Not like that. My extrude function is very, very wrong. No. You'd have to, oh no, you don't want an extrude. I'm an idiot. You have to extrude along a line. We want lofting right here. That's what it's called in this. You'd want to loft that. There we go. See? See what I'm talking about? That's how CAD would do it. You draw the 2D profile, right? So like I can use Fusion. That's no problem. I know how to do it. I'm well versed in both ways of modeling. That isn't necessarily something that Full Sail taught you, but I chose to model stuff in surface modeling because I wanted to understand both ways of doing it, polyagonal or surface. Turns out that surface modeling is exactly how CAD works. You make locator points in space, you draw a 3D picture, right? So like here, look, let's go into top view, right? Say we're making plate stock, right? And we want to make a eyelet for like a gusset on a car to hold like a leaf spring or something, right? So we'd go here, right? And I know that CAD works something like this. I'm sure in whatever program, if you're watching this, whatever program you like, it doesn't work exactly like this, but we want to create a CV curve. CV curve tool, right? So let's, right? Oh, how do you think I'm so good at using this stuff in cities, guys? Because CAD is the same, by the way, right? You'd measure the distances, make sure this is the correct thing, and then we need our CV. We go into surfaces and we do a planar. Well, anyway, you'd make that an edge, right? And then, right, you duplicate that mesh down, right? And then you do something like this, right? You do a loft like that, right? See what I'm talking about? And then you'd fill in the edges, and then you'd get your locator point. You'd make a locator where you want to chamfer it and where the hole needs to be drilled, right? Am I in the ballpark there? It's the same workflow, dude. Just polyagonal modeling, you have to do like UVing and stuff. But it's just, I'm telling you, man, it's the same workflow. It's It's very similar. In fact, I don't mind CAD modeling. I like CAD modeling. It's fun. It's a good time. You could extrude the 2D face, yep. I'm sure, I mean, yeah, it's probably changed nowadays, but I'm sure I could get it done. All right, so we got everything figured out. We have our UV map screenshots. Should we try to use a different program than GIMP? What was that Kinta or Flinta or Zinta or whatever? Actually, out of GIMP, Paint.net, and whatever that other one is, something Ta or whatever, Krita, which one is closest to Photoshop? Back to story. Actually, I might have Paint.net on here. Let me see. Oh, I do. Well, I'll be a monkey's bare butt uncle. Yeah, okay. Workflow with this is pretty good. Try Photopea. Oh. It's just a lot of duty. Because GIMP didn't really feel right to me. I didn't really like it. I just wish I had Photoshop. Photoshop would make this really easy. Probably should bite the bullet and go buy it, or at least lift Brimo's version. There you go, XJ. Yeah, there you go. Photopea is basically a Photoshop copy, but in browser. Yep. Don't feel like dealing with that. We'll try Paint.net. Let's just use this one. We need documents, Maya, projects, new KSP assets, images, out UV 2 and out UV 3, open. Plus in a new layer, put it behind. Where's my... Blue. Just use blue. No, red. Ah. Let's try this. UV underscore set. This is the background. Can we lock the layer? Sadly, no, you can't lock layers. You know what? I don't like that. I'll just keep using this. It's not a big deal. Turbo. Turbo again. There. I just wanted to get Rover Dude stuff in here so I can use it as reference again. We'll just leave that up there. Let's get our backing color. Go into our brush tool like this. Move this out of the way and back color, fill, good. There we go. Excellent. Perfect. All right, sweet. Now let's start painting. Do the same thing that we were doing before. Let's lock that out. Overhinge texture, out UV3. Don't paint on that. Don't paint on that. All right. So, how about we start with... We could use this piece right here. This is the lower part of the hinge. This is the clevis piece. Before we started with a different piece, but that's okay. Do we have a lasso tool here or something? Rob. Oh, we have a lattice deformer. That's cool. Path, smudge, clone, eraser, paintbrush, bucket. Nope, don't know how to use that. Oh, never mind. Yes, I do. It's the scissors tool. It's not the lasso tool. All right. Let's see if we can use that to our advantage. So instead of trying to hand paint something in here, I'm wondering if we could just do a scaling function. Make this just a tiny bit smaller. Transform tool. Select, shrink. Oh, sick, dude. Thank you. Nope. We don't need to shrink it by too much. So 10, maybe? Yes. Oh, J-Speed, you beautiful, beautiful person. Let's try 5. 5 pixels. Boom. Let's try 7. Perfect, 5 out of 7. That's fine. Let's do accent color. Up here at the top. All right, now let's get our, let's go in here like this and just sample a little bit of that. Little bit of that, and then paint. Oh. That makes that a lot easier. Cool. This is main, accent, color. All right, cool. Now add another layer on top of that. This is the cancel that. See, that made a really sharp edge on this, and I don't want that. So let's see if we can smudge this. Smudge tool? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Smudge it up. Really fade that edge out. Cool. Cool, cool. Let's just make sure we save. You can also apply a feather to the selection. Look at you. I'm gonna move that over here. Out of curiosity, boss, why are you going for a 2K texture size when it appears 1/2K is enough based on the old Rover Dude 1? It's just what I outputted it in Maya. Yeah, we probably don't need this high res of texture, but I can always resize it when we're exporting. Painting in high res is good, and then just making it smaller later is probably what Rover Dude did. Now, let's flip this. Yeah, we'll flip that to white. Get the brush tool. Get some waviness. Oh, geez. That's more what I'm looking for. Yeah, but let's down the opacity of that. And we were kind of in a workflow before, and it did end up looking a lot nicer, but he does have a pretty defined outline. So maybe we should do that outline thing again. Yeah, it's like gradiented around the corner there. Why is it doing that? Stop doing that. Oh. Yeah, this works just like the lasso tool. Sweet. Change our brush, go here. Flip to that dark gray, or we could eyedropper this bad boy from Rover Dude's texture over here. Gotta be darker than that. Oh, too much. Oh, too much again. Okay, I guess it wanted me to really use that wear and tear layer, so we'll set that as the outline. There we go. Now we're talking. That's what we want. See, you gotta do that outline, or else it doesn't look right. So now let's get that wear and tear group, right? Then flip this back over. We need white, like straight white, and then a little bit of titanium white. Yeah, the sponge brush is nice. That's chalk, huh? Let's see. Ah, yeah, this is good. This is what I want right here. We need, like, I was gonna say, we need not a lot of force here. Basically gonna dry brush this on there. It's gotta be less than that. It's almost got that metal shine that I'm looking for. It's just not. Let's try to turn down the opacity on the brush. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect. Maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of phthalo blue. Let's make sure we're erasing all the wear and tear off of this. We don't need it on other parts. How are we looking? It's close. That's definitely close. Let's take that wear and tear, get that smudge tool again, and just smudge it all around. Okay, so now let's go back into our brush tool, get a hard brush at like the smallest size with the highest force. And you gotta get some scratches in this thing. We gotta go smaller than that. Yeah, there we go. There. All right, cool. Let's get that smudge tool again. Make that brush a little bit wider. Yeah, and then smudge out that damn scratch. There. Now they look like scratch. It looks a lot better. Let's go with the eraser with high opacity, low force. Just see if we can get it to fade a little bit. Good. There we go. Shouldn't the right side of that not have a white border? I'm trying to match Rover Dude's texture, dudes. I'm trying to match his. That's what I'm trying to make it look like. I'm trying to make it look like we did the same thing. Yeah. Oh, blue pair. I see what you're saying. You're talking about right here. Yeah, that's a good point. So let's go in here with a eraser. Of course, nope, not main accent. We want to get rid of the outline. Main accent color, shut that stuff off, go here, I drop that main accent, not with the eraser, the brush tool, paint that on, and then turn wear and tear and everything back on. Yeah, that is what we want, dude. Yeah, yeah, over here as well. Then we want to go into the eraser, go into the outline tool. We don't want an outline there now, do we? Go back into main accent, go back over to my brush here, and then outline, flip to the darker gray. Oh, no, no. Way too much force. Give it a little bit of a smudgerino. There. It's still too dark. I gotta, maybe if we take our main accent and we lower the opacity on it a little bit. There. That doesn't look bad at all. Excellent. All right, cool. Shut that. Shut that. We have one. File. First of all, we'll save. And then we need to export. Clevis 1A. We need to export it. Yeah, we can just export it like that. That's fine. Now we got to go into Unity. Clevis 0, get rid of that. Dowel 0, get rid of that. Go in here. We need to bring in the new parts. Models. So Maya projects. KSP assets, scenes. Is Maya free? No. No, it is not. The hell? I didn't set the pivot point right. We got to re-export. So that needs to export selection. This is Clevis 1. Export, overwrite. Okay. Repeat. This is Dowel 1. Export. Close. Okay, cool. We're good. 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 Refresh this page. Clevis 1, Dowel 1, copy. Go into the models, paste, replace. Yeah, there's just a little bit of a mess up there when I remade the parts. They didn't share the same pivot point, so that needs to be a thing for how they get imported into KSP. The hinges need to line up or else it's not going to work. At a big studio, would someone do the 3D modeling and the UVing, or would someone else do the UVing? It really depends. What I was taught back in the day, Element, is that someone would model in UV and then someone else would texture. Like if you were at a AAA gaming studio, that's how it would done. It'd be done like an assembly line process. If we were at a more independent studio, I'd just model UV and texture everything. And the texture artist would get the basic texture information from a concept artist. That's why you have concept artists. Concept artists in a video game are there to figure out the style of the game. Yeah, that's a real big thing. That's why concept art is a thing. It gets you the feel for the game. They do 2D in the gaming industry. You do 2D renders, so all your 3D modelers know how to, like, what style that you're modeling in. A very, very big, like, okay, so what do I mean by different style? Like, what does that mean? So, Team Fortress, very stylized. It's very cartoony, right? These characters would look completely out of place in any other game, maybe except like Borderlands or something. Borderlands is also very stylized. It's they're using cell shading. Borderlands uses cell shading, so it's supposed to look like a comic book That's the idea behind that art style. Yeah, see how there's like a white edge with a dark line? It's supposed to look like it was a tracer, or an inked comic. Inking is what it's called with a comic book. They made a Borderlands movie show? Oh dear. Why would someone do this? Whatever. Halo has its own awesome art style. Halo has a very interesting art style. I mean, it's low res because it was on a freaking console, but Halo takes its art style from like cathedrals. If you really want to know, it's supposed to. The Forerunner architecture that you encounter in Halo is supposed to be, it's supposed to borrow from like Roman Catholic cathedrals and stuff, but honestly they couldn't put the mesh in Halo 1. You didn't really have the texture information to do something like that. Yeah, the Forerunner style is very monumental, I'll say. Wide open spaces, yeah. Kind of grandiose, I guess. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. That's the, yeah. I think 13 was one of the first games to use cell shading. Yeah. Yeah, see, like Halo stuff is supposed to be grandiose, huge cathedral. That's the style. The style is supposed to look like a church almost, but not a church. It's supposed to be ambiguous on purpose. That's why it created it creates a very interesting juxtaposition, because you have three very clear, or actually four very clear conflicting art styles in Halo. And once again, concept artists would have figured this out even before somebody started 3D modeling anything. So you have the human stuff like Pillar of Autumn, right? And then you'd have the Forerunner stuff, which clearly sticks out, but it's surrounded by terrain that's kind of familiar. Like, you know that's a pine tree. You know these are rocks. You know that's grass, right? So it feels right, but it feels wrong. That it's supposed to create... You have this, like, monolithic structure sitting in something that looks familiar, right? So it's supposed to be like, draw your attention to it. Like, what the hell is that? Right? And that's what this level, the second level of Halo, is all about. It slow rolls you into understanding what you're getting into. And that's just, honestly, awesome level design, awesome game design. That's part of the reason why Halo 1 was so good. And they even incorporated it into the dialogue. This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere. Dude, that's all of that stuff working symbiotically with each other to make a good game. It's really, like, dude, I learned all this kind of stuff back in the day. Like, it's so important to do stuff like that, and I take that all into consideration when I review games for you guys. Like, it's strongly Pacific Northwest feeling terrain. Yeah, grandiose, kind of like how you'd see a forest, like in the PNW. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. And then the other two conflicting art styles in KSP in Halo are Covenant, which is supposed to be a slight variation of Forerunner. You figure out why in the story a lot later if you like Halo lore. It's similar, but it's not. It's supposed to be very alien, very fluid, like purple, a lot of purples and blues and oranges and stuff. So it's supposed to kind of look like Forerunner, but it's kind of not. And then you have the Flood, which is just chaos. Flood is supposed to be unfamiliar to everything, so it sticks out. That's all done on purpose. Like, they thought about this, and that's what makes those old Halo games so ridiculously good. Because look at the juxtaposition of what you have in this picture. This is a level called Assault on Control Room. It's one of my favorite levels for Halo. Look at the juxtaposition. This is very strange, right? Because you have a floaty alien tank, but it's on a frozen pond. So the tank looks like it belongs here, but that doesn't look like it belongs here. But you have the Forerunner architecture basically kind of guiding you along in the level. It's genius. I'm telling you, that game they broke the mold with that damn game. I have the tablet, JDG, yeah. Yeah. I understand for what it's worth that, you know, you're talking about developer intent. Yeah, Pigzig. I really take that into account when I am reviewing a game. What are the developers intending to do? You got to figure out what they were trying to make, right? So, like, if you look at this level from the Pillar of Autumn, this is from the first level, the aliens look completely out of place here. That's, like I said, it's on purpose. This slow rolls you into the Halo universe with something that's oddly familiar, right? You know, you can tell you're on a spaceship here. You can tell there's aliens on a spaceship. That's all part of the UX that's built into the game. It's really quite well done. Yeah, the multiplayer maps are insanely balanced, yeah. Dude, in school, I mean, I studied doing that, Young Food. My degree specifically is in hard surface modeling and level design. So making equipment like what I'm doing now, like I'd be the guy that like if I was working on a video game, I'd be the guy that's modeling trash cans and barrels and like guns and stuff and vehicles. Makes sense, right? Yeah, it all kind of jives together, but the art styles are so ridiculously different, but it all, like I said, it all flows together kind of seamlessly, which is super cool. Like Halo 1, 2, and 3, it just carries that over because it's made by the same people, and you can tell it's made by the same people all the way to 3. And then Reach and ODST are kind of the same way. Have you watched any of the TV show? No. The Blur Studio cinematics are amazing, Barrelicious. Yeah, me inside your head now. Yep. Good stuff. Like that all that stuff gets thought about by concept artists. Concept artists establish the feel, right? And then 3D modelers will model based off of the concept art, and texturers, it's called shading and lighting. They'll texture based off of the mood of these, the feel of this. You'll borrow a lighting palette from here. Like, see, this is very kind of, I'm not saying neutral, it's kind of neutral warm almost. So you have warm-ish lighting, so it looks like it's kind of hot out, but it's also juxtaposed against this cold metal structure, which gives you this kind of neutral feel to this. Like, if you were looking at this picture and you were thinking about, like, what's the temperature here? Like, how does this feel? It's probably mild, 65, 70 degrees, so like 20 C or something, right? Dude, I'm telling you, your brain picks up on all that stuff. If you see something out of place, it doesn't feel right, and your brain will go, no. Like, it's weird. What I was taught in school is that everyone knows what a Dodge Charger looks like. Everyone knows what a Dodge Charger looks like 69 Charger, the General Lee. All right, let's just take a very well-known one. Everyone knows what that looks like. But not every person can draw that, right? But if you drew one and someone looked at it and it was kind of in the uncanny valley, they'd be able to instantly tell you that something is not right. They wouldn't be able to say what. That's your plight as an environment modeler. It's really easy to make something look uncanny, like it doesn't belong there. It takes a lot of skill to make it all seamless. Like what Halo did. Halo is juxtaposing those 4 art styles against each other, and it feels right. It feels like everything belongs. That's hard to do. That's really difficult to do. But yeah, Element, sorry, this is kind of a super contrived answer to your question, but it depends. So like on a big project like that in Halo, you'd have a concept artist, you'd have a modeler. The modeler would do UVing, you'd have somebody do texture work, and then you'd have level designers doing shading and lighting. Like, you bring those models in, right? And say your tank has desert camouflage and it's on a woodland map, right? Nope. You wouldn't want that. That would look very weird. It would look completely out of place. Getting all that stuff to seamlessly jive together while still making kind of an assembly line of sorts for 3D models is hard to do. It's hard to get that right. You really all need to be on the same page for that, and that starts with concept artists. Red Faction is good. Half-Life is notoriously good at this. Half-Life, you got the same thing. Now that you just reminded me. Look at Red Faction. I don't know why. What thought of made me think of this, but I don't know why Red Faction Gorilla made me think of this, but like if you look at some of the original Half-Life 2 concept art, once again, you have insane juxtaposition going on. You have the Combine, which is an interdimensional army, right? And you have their architecture juxtaposing with old human architecture with their big, ridiculous, heavy industry, monolithic architecture like the Forerunner. And it all kind of jives together, right? And you get introduced that on the first level of Half-Life. Right? The first level of Half-Life, you're coming in on the train into the train station, right? And it feels like a train station, but something isn't right here. This looks like a train station in Eastern Europe, right? Kind of. That's the feel they were going for. If you have asked my opinion, those benches are too small. I'm a sucker for scale, dude. Those clocks are way too small. You know how I know? These clocks are designed for you to be able to see them from far away. Anybody on a train station, anybody that from Europe knows exactly what I'm talking about. You gotta have a clock somewhere to see when the stupid train is coming. Having your clock being small isn't gonna help anything. But continuity, just sorry, if I had to critique something, the benches and the clocks are too small scaled relative to the train, but whatever. And it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if that's the exact scale. If that's the exact scale for a clock that the level designers modeled off of, and the exact scale of the train and it looks wrong, doesn't matter. Because once again, it goes back to that thing that I'm telling you about. Everybody knows what a old Mustang looks like. Everyone knows what that looks like. But sometimes you'll do a 1-to-1 for scale in the game and it doesn't look right. It doesn't look how everybody kind of thinks it looks, and it looks wrong. It ends up looking incorrect. There's a book, guys, if you want to read it. Just on a side note, there's a book about talking about this very thing, and I read it a long time ago. It's called Half-Life 2 Raising the Bar. And they talk about this. I mean, Valve is notorious for this. Which is weird because we found it in this one map right here. Like, those benches aren't scaled correctly to the stairs, etc., etc. But no one's gonna notice. It doesn't really matter. Valve was obsessive about uniform scale with Half-Life. Yeah, you hear like Gaben and all of his cohorts talk about getting everything to feel and scale correctly. Like in Half-Life 2, they talk about how making a door was. You have to, like, okay, so if your modelers are modeling in a different scale, right? Say I'm modeling in inches, and somebody else makes a character model and makes a character in metric, right? You know, and say this character is 50 centimeters, and I make a door that's 50 inches. You're not going to get scale correct there, and it's going to look ridiculous, right? In Half-Life, they talk about this. They scaled everything right, and then it didn't look correct, so they actually ended up making the doors a little bit smaller and characters a little bit bigger. It was one or the other. I forget what it was. They adjusted the scale a little bit because they're like, if you make everything exactly to real life, it doesn't look correct. It looks weird in the game renderer, which is funny. Yeah. But anyway. This map, going back to what I was saying, this map juxtaposes a bunch of different things. You obviously have trains that you recognize, but what the heck is this thing? Something is off here. This induces Uncanny Valley on purpose, so something isn't exactly right here. This just looks like a regular train station. You see Dr. Breen talking up there, welcome to City 17, it's safer here. Well, you've been traveling through to parts unknown, blah, blah, blah. It seems like, it's like, okay, something is weird. Something don't feel right. You see what I'm saying? Half-Life 2 is notorious for this kind of stuff. Cool. It's actually super, super interesting. Yeah, super cool. Oh, jeez. So here's what I'm talking about, guys. You're looking at it. Yeah, that's obviously DE Train, right? That's a Counter-Strike map. I'll tell you right now, something's very wrong with that locomotive. The wheels are gigantic. Why are the wheels so big? The wheels aren't even lined up with the tracks. Those wheels are way too big for that locomotive. That doesn't look right at all. But it feels right. And that's what's important. When you're playing, you don't even notice. Weird, huh? Oh, dude, there's stuff like that all over the place in video games. I can point it out if you want, but it might ruin immersion. The trains remind me of your factory in Fallout 4. O10, I was shooting for the Citadel in Half-Life 2. I tried to make it look like that on purpose. With my build style, it's supposed to do the same thing. I came upon this really cool way to make stuff in Satisfactory, and why don't you just build your factory like you'd build a video game level? And that's how you end up making the stuff that we made in Satisfactory that looks like it belongs there. Oh yeah, I was applying my level design knowledge to my Satisfactory build. That's why I like Satisfactory. You can't do that in Factorio. The plane in COD Modern Warfare 1, yep. Can't not see it now, sorry. That's what I mean. Kentrell, I can't talk to you guys about this too much because you'll see what I see and it'll completely ruin it. Like, if I'm playing a video game on stream and I walk through a doorway in a video game and the door isn't the right scale, I get annoyed. I'm like, you didn't do your homework. You didn't do your homework. Dude, I'll tell you who really screwed this up. All right, I'm gonna ruin it just because it's an old game. Grand Theft Auto, the older versions of GTA, are notoriously bad for this. And it just drives me up the freaking wall. Because they had to model so many different houses and they had to model so many different freaking buildings. Some of the buildings are... Somebody definitely made the building in, like, metric. Like, they used metric in the CAD, whatever they were making. And then put it in a game where your unify scale is, like, in feet and meters. Dude, just some of the doorways in San Andreas just... Oh, it's infuriating. Like here, look at CJ's house in San Andreas. Okay. You wouldn't pay it any mind, right? It just looks like a crappy boarded up house. What house has windows that look like that? What is this? What is that? What is this? Who? Look at the window. What the hell's going on here? Your trim doesn't even line up. Why do you have glass going into a window, into the sill? What? It's obnoxious. Like, look at, crap, here we go again, right? Like, so, that's not really too bad. Okay, here, another one. Why is the sidewalk 2 lanes wide? Now, don't get me wrong. There might be a place in Los Angeles that has a sidewalk that's 2 lanes wide, but it doesn't look right. The sidewalk's freaking huge. Why is the sidewalk huge? It's weird. Dude, I'm telling you, it's all over the place in San Andreas. Just pick a random building and walk up to the door and look at CJ standing next to the door. He'll go up halfway to the door. Dude, I could spend days pointing this stuff out. Trying to find more. It's hard to do without being like in the game, but you get the idea. So you can drive on it. Yeah. Now, when GTA 4 came around, Rockstar smartened up. Everything is pretty well scaled in GTA 4 and GTA 5. Yeah, it's pretty well done. But yeah, there are different games here. Like, okay, here's another one. Look, it's kind of quick. It's kind of easy to tell that somebody threw this property. Somebody modeled this at Rockstar. Somebody modeled this really quickly. One, you have a seam. You have a texture seam right there on your roof sill, right? Two, the air conditioner is halfway into the windows. What? But here's the thing. You guys didn't notice. Nobody notices that. Doesn't matter. Me, I like to make sure it's right to add to immersion. But why does this house have an industrial air conditioner on the roof? And why does the door look like a door to a shop when it's a residential building? This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. San Andreas is notorious for this, but don't get me wrong, this was cutting edge for the time, right? The roof tiles are freaking huge. Yep. See what I mean? Weird, huh? Stuff like that's all over the place in GTA. Yeah, it's bad. Looks like just how I always imagined America. Look at Big Smoke's house here. So you have two windows that are two different sizes right there. That could have been an addition or something. Makes sense. Yeah, this actually doesn't look too bad. This is pretty good. Yeah, that's okay. I'm trying to find just... Oh, yeah, here we go. Actually, that's not too bad. That pay and spray is okay. Pay and sprays, you know, auto shops sometimes have different size garage doors, but you have two different size garage doors here with a human door right there. Now, look at this. That might all be scared correctly, but that door looks way too small. See what I'm talking about? Weird, right? You kind of have to run when you do an environment model, you have to run like, shade the line of reality. Just because you made it look exactly like reality doesn't mean it's going to look exactly right. It's hard to do. Anyway, sorry, I'll get back to making the hinge. Maybe we'll make levels or something. Why is there no window on the giant front-facing wall? Don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. They made a lot of those buildings as quickly as they could. You guys gotta remember, San Andreas was cranked out in like less than a year. Or not less than a year. Vice City was 2002. San Andreas was 2004. So they cranked out a map that's like 6 times the size of GTA 3 in like a year and a half. A lot of that stuff was made pretty quick. But whatever, it's all right. So we have our updated hinges in here. We gotta bring in the updated gliders too. Clevis 1A. Copy. Paste. Now we gotta find Clevis Collider 1, get rid of it, and then we need to replace it with one. No, that's Dowel Collider, don't want that. That goes up there. Dowel Collider 1, get rid of it. Huh. Alright, whatever. Okay, we moved the mesh renderers there. All right, cool. We have our updated Hingerino. There we go. Now we need to go back into our texture here. Can get out of that. Go back into this file. We need to save as. Actually, no. Where's Unity looking for these textures? Oh, upper hinge. I gotta go find the dang thing. It's in Maya, so let's open that in a new window. Maya, projects, new KSP assets, images. We need Clevis 1A. Gotta go in here, go into mats. Clevis 1A, put that there, zoom that down, pack that down. Could you make a square 4 pieces instead of all the little ones? Higher fidelity collider will get you better collision detection, XJ. So yes, I could, but I went for a higher fidelity thing so we could get, so basically the hinge will work better. Think about it like if we're in Kerbal and we add more parts, like to the hinge mechanism that's less likely to pop something out. I went 16 for my collider mesh density right there on either side. So yeah, this hinge should never pop out. But yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure, Raid. Oh, it's applied to the wrong piece. That scared me. I was like, okay. Not good. Cool. Now I can see the piece in Unity. Excellent. Definitely looking the part. Killer. We could do it in Kerbal as well, so... this is not Kerbal, EJ. This is Maya. You idiot. Hinge Clevis 1A is what we outputted it as. Yep, it's there. See? It's there. You can barely see it because Maya's render is a little bit different. You definitely can see it better in Unity. Cool. All right, excellent. So let's keep going. Put the out UV back on, and the good thing is that the mirrored texture is working actually quite well. Seems to be working well. All right, let's get back to work. Okay, let's do the same thing over here. What we should be able to do, should be able to copy this and then modify it a little bit by just painting. Yeah, let's go 1, 2. We need to make that a new layer group. On there, go in there, go in there. Main accent needs to be on the bottom, outline needs to be in the center, wear and tear needs to be on the top. Take this, duplicate that layer group, go over here like that. How do we, how can I flip this? Hey, Artyom, what's up? How do we flip this thing? Oh, yes. There's a flip tool. There we go. I got it. Cool. Down. Merge down. Bingo. Good. Good, 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 good. Where dude's texture can go. All right, so now let's go into the outline. Get me my eraser tool. Just erase that. Now let's go to main accent color, brush. Shut the wear and tear off. Go in here, eyedrop this thing. Okay, turn the wear and tear back on. And then let's go into our outline tool, get the darker gray. That, shut that off. All right, file, export Clevis 1A, go into Maya. Maya should automatically update it. Yep, cool. Now we got to go into Unity. Take Clevis 1A, copy, go over here, paste that, replace. Look, now the inside of that hinge is good to go. Score. Easy peasy. Yeah, I like this way of duplicating the UVs over and over again. It's quite nice. It makes this a lot simpler. And then we have Roverduge hinge texture here. Dude, if we really, really wanted to be jerks about this, we just copy that. Just copy that texture, put it right in there. But I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not 100% cool with just reusing somebody else's stuff. But we could. I don't really want to. I'd rather do this myself. But we could. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad to make this piece. I'm not. Go down in here, flip the brush, go over here like this, eyedrop some dark, right? And then increase size on the brush and then just, nope. I'm gonna do pretty much exactly what he was doing. This is the bearing inner main. Flip that to that darker gray, brush it in. Just give it a nice uniform texture around the edge. Doesn't have to look right. I mean, it doesn't have to look great. It's good enough. All right, so shut that off. Shut that off. Back this out. File. Clevis 1A. Copy. Paste. Replace. Go into Unity. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, we don't need to do that unless we want a seam right there. Forgot about that. Sweet. Cool. Now let's go into wear and tear. Flip this off the palette, get the white out, and then get the smoke brush, right? And let's make the size bigger, down, get the force down a little bit. That's too much. Cool. Now get me the hard brush here, set the size down to nothing, and
Discovery, go and throttle up.
excellent. Nice. Texturing in Kerbal is not that big of a deal, guys. It's really not. So let's do that. Export Clevis again. Copy that, just paste it over. It doesn't have to be exact blue, but yeah, shouldn't be that big of a deal. See? No problem. How's that, huh? I might want to lower the opacity on that, but then again, just do that for now. Score. There's a little bit of a seam, but just like that, just like everything else, no one's gonna notice that. I do want to take the opacity on the darkness and just turn it down just a little bit, like that. Let's export again. Copy. I mean, I should probably make these both have the same target command line, but whatever. Yeah, there we go. Stick. It's gonna look good, especially when we paint these darker colors. Wouldn't it be better to just have one continuous texture? What do you mean one continuous texture, Sparks? I don't understand. It is one continuous texture. There's just a seam in the center right there. You have to have a seam somewhere, dude. So I'll just put it there. Not a big deal. Hey, SpaceX's Life Raid. What's going on? Idea, draw around the seam. I mean, start drawing your texture across the seam line, then cut it in half. I mean, it's a mirrored texture, Oculus, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it, man. Pretty good. Was working on some plane designs in Flyout. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna have this done in no time, actually. I wonder if it carried over into Maya. Yes, it did. But yeah, the texture looks horribly washed out here. It does not look that washed out in Unity. Unity actually renders real good. This is much more what it's going to look like when you see it in KSP. I mean, technically, we probably don't even need an outline right there. Yeah, it's probably fine, but I'll leave it there. It looks kind of cool, I guess. What I could do is in my outline thing, go back in here, get the brush tool. Cool. Should smudge it up a little bit. Cool. Kind of looks like grease or something. I think it looks all right. Call this bearing end over here. Make a new group. Make a new layer. Let's go into brush, eyedropper. I need this. I need that gray right there. Okay, let's start with a base color like that. Right? Now we gotta do some... We gotta try to make it look like that. Alright, put this in a new layer group. We'll call this bearing end. New layer in there. This is bearing accent. Okay, and then what we got to do, get the brush out again, flip the palette, go over here like this. We need this lighter color right there, that lighter gray. And this stuff is pretty damn defined, so... Trying to think how he did that. Yeah, he definitely used Shapes Raid for sure. No. Cool. Go back over to our brush tool with the accent and GIMP allow you to draw circles. Yeah. Hey Alpha, what's up, man? You see my crappy hinge piece? Look at my crappy hinge piece. No, I'm trying to make something to clamp to the G11 hinge. So I'm making something that attaches on one side of the G11 hinge, then you attach the G11 hinge to it, and then you attach a top piece on the other side. I have the prototype in KSP, right? See? And it hybrid techs the hinge. See, you understand what I'm saying? That has SVI on, that has SVI, right? And the hinge becomes superbly strong. And this piece can just... See what I'm saying? Pretty cool, huh? Oh, Titan's here. And Bree.
Yeah. Turns out his recall isn't as good as I thought it was. And I found a new sinkhole in the backyard.
A sinkhole?
I mean, it was in the not like a sinkhole, but like a, my leg fell through all the branches and stuff. Good time. Real good time.
Was it in the woods?
Yeah.
It wasn't like on the grass or anything, right?
No.
Or was it? This side or that side?
Back here.
Oh, man. You've been modeling the Slick Six shuttle tower for modular launch pads. That's cool, man. Anyway, all right.
Well, that's all. I just wanted to tell you that our dog continues being an asshole. Well, I figured, you know.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that dog is smarter than he lets on.
Yeah. I was like, oh, maybe I'll like get him, like get enough attention, he'll do it. All right, that's all.
All right, baby.
I love you.
Love you too. See ya. It is a rotting stump, Rares. That's exactly what's going on. Anyway. Bones. Slick Six tower for modular launch pads. Alpha, with your modular launch pads pack, dude, are you gonna use SVI? Are you using something like this? Like a trickery with same vessel collision, making the parts jive together good with the colliders so you can stack them and it stays nice and strong and it doesn't bend? Need a brush with some fall off here. That'll work. This will work just fine. Actually, you know what? We could just... There we go. All right, cool. Now... Shrink by that. There we go. Okay, so accent 2, go in here, eye drop the lighter color, right? And then switch back to the brush, brush in. Actually, we can just, okay. That's how he seems to have done it. And then Rover Dude put a fade on the outer color, like a big fade, which is fine. So, see, that looks really perfect. We don't want that. We want to go back into first accent, right? And then smudge the heck out of this. and then go back into here. Don't smudge it as much. Same idea. We got close. Try to emboss the selected area and see how it looks. Well, oh, I don't think I could redo the selection.
1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, sorry, near normal temperatures.
Can we redo selection?
Above normal precipitation, that active storm track will keep cooking on the east coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us. And you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. That's the story. That's the story. That's the story.
It's such a pain in the butt, dude. So EJ, if you had to, would you use that mod instead of making your own tower parts Kappa? Yeah, Creeper, I don't know, I'd consider it if you made better jokes. Could totally see EJ 15 years ago sitting in his apartment in Orlando listening to Robert Parker and deep in thought and some CAD software. No, I probably wasn't listening to Robert Parker. It's gonna sound strange, but I like repetitive music when I work in CAD. Robert Parker is good enough, but I obviously can't play it for too long. What would have been? Oh yeah, I know. I distinctly remember listening to the Gone in 60 Seconds soundtrack, so it would have been something like this. So it would have been something like this. That Stop the Rock by Apollo 440. And then like a lot of Gone in 60 Seconds stuff, dude. Can't play it for too long, but yeah. I can't, dude. I can't play it. I would love to, dude. That's what I'd be listening to right now. You got to listen to repetitive. Gotta listen to repetitive music when you're doing a damn repetitive task. I don't know what that's about. Something that always made sense in my head, B. Why does Mr. Nice Guy think... Why does Samson think Mr. Nice Guy is Jamaican? I don't know, man. I guess just kind of always how I pictured it inside my head, B. You know what? Give me the tab for this. Give me the tab. Can you play that on guitar? I don't know, maybe. Oh, you can do that? Yes. That's very helpful. You could basically blur it in a straight line. Excellent day. Score. That makes that so much easier. Nice. Excellent. All right. Now, if I just go into this and we smudge that up a little bit. No. That's actually, it's not, we got to put wear and tear over this, but that's kind of the idea. Yeah. When are you selling the EJ parts back? Rocket Lab entered hero mode to finish Mars probes. Now it's up to Blue Origin. Wait, you mean there are other modes? Nice. All right, so let's get that Selecto tool. Selecto-cedo, cuz. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. That's how he did this. I know how I figured it out. Yeah, that's how he did this. Hold on. How far back can we tab out here? Watch. Ready? Yeah. 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 Yeah, he's... If you hold down left shift, you can basically draw super straight lines. Look, that's how he's doing it. It's two brushes over each other. Easy peasy. That's... Yeah. Watch. Watch this, ready? Go into my eraser. Get rid of all this. I saw how he did it. You have to, I mean, you're gonna have to add some variation, but I see. Instead of doing an after process here, just use the brush straight up. Just erase all this. He drew on his edge flow lines. That's what Overdue was doing. So watch. Ready? On this outer line, we want a bigger brush. So let's go 40, size 40, right? Ready? Yeah. We're on the eraser. Right? Nice fade. Looks real good. We'll add some variations in a second. Get this down to probably 30. I'll check chat in a second. I just kind of had a breakthrough. Yep, holding down left shift paints perfect. Perfect lines. And then maybe this other one, I don't know, let's make it 25. Actually, you know what? Keep it at 30. Screw it. It'll be all right. See, once again, you get a brush with a fade. Like that. Make sure there's a fall off. See? Now, go into the accent, flip the color, right? And then for this centerpiece here, cut it in half. Go 15, right? Click there. You mother fricker, I knew it. Look. Easy peasy. I knew it. Ugh. Anyway, sorry. Hey AJ, just a quick question. Wouldn't it be easier to bake an ambient occlusion map and use that as a base? It feels like you're trying to do the same effect, or does the AO map not fit the style? I have no idea how the shaders work for Kerbal Kiranov. I know what ambient occlusion is, though. Would that probably help me? Yeah, but I think you have to bake the ambient occlusion shader on... I think it has to be its own texture. I think. If I had an ambient occlusion map, pretty sure you could plug it in Unity and get AO on your stuff. I think. I hope. Is there a playlist of this music? Yeah. There you go. Now give me that wear and tear. Go over here. Let's get the white shader out. Give me that sponge. Make that brush bigger. Or chalk. Chalk will work. Oop. Oh god. Nope. Nope, still bad. DJ, the usual method for Blender is to bake the ambient occlusion, save it as a texture, and then add it as add it into the layer, add it as a layer into the main texture with multiply on in Photoshop. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if we have the shading, if we texture the shading and then we have AO on top of it, it'll look real good. I just gotta remember how to do it. Give me 1 second.
Hey guys, this is Monica at Academic Phoenix
Hi,
West,
Monica.
and welcome to How to Bake an Occlusion Map. So in previous tutorials, we have gone over how to assign occlusion and even drive textures with occlusion, but sometimes that can be very limiting. So I want to show you how you can export your occlusion map as a texture so that you can manipulate it in Photoshop and create some beautiful textures. So let's get started. This is our regular scene, and what we want to do is select all of our objects, right-click, assign a new material, and we're going to add the Arnold AI Ambient Occlusion.
That's not the Pixar lamp, no. That's not, yeah. The Arnold render is not in stock Maya. Yeah, put two and two together, man.
Okay. My roommate is watching a film and I don't want to disturb him, so I'm just gonna do this very quickly. So if you miss something, you just have to pause it and watch it again. So what I want to talk about today is ambient occlusion. Occlusion. Okay, we can see the tire, so it's in the ground, so that's what I want. So I would just leave it this way.
What's wrong with the surface normals on that damn car?
And I will go to Windows, rendering. Under rendering editors, you can go to render setup. So here is where you have it.
It's not what I want. He's gonna render something. That's not what we need. Why is this so difficult? Yeah, whatever. I'll just manually paint it. I don't care. I know how ambient occlusion works, so I'll just paint it myself. Like a simple shader or something. I don't feel like figuring it out. I'll be honest with you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Bring this into Unity. Yeah. Hey, all right. That looks pretty good. Nice. Ask Chat GPT. No.
Good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Got to figure out how he did some of that.
Our first stop will be on the ground.
But that's okay. All right, let's go back over here. So let's hit the road. just switch around and go over here like this, select that color. Thick. All right. Duplicate that layer and then just. Now merge that layer down and then get the brush. Nice. That's sick. That was easy. That part was a joke. But I actually made that so ridiculously quick I forgot to put the base layer on it. So I'm gonna get rid of those because we'd have to resize it because I noticed you drew a base piece in. So main accent, right? Once again, let me shut off outline and wear and tear. We'll flip off the palette for a second, you know, like that. And then get something like paint it. Now go into the outline, flip that, get me a much darker color. Yeah, that'll work. Gotta get the brush. All right, now give me the brush with the fall off there. And then make that small. Okay, cool. That's too much. Too bright. Wear and tear, go over here. Yeah, there we go. Give it a little bit of force down the opacity. There we go. Sweet. That looks good. All right, cool. Now let's do that, the stripes thing. So we need stripes, base, right? Switch us back over to the hard brush. And now... I drop this sucker. I drop that dark-ish red, I guess. Paint it. There we go. Okay, now redo our selection, right? Get the eyedropper again, actually. Make a new layer. This is going to be stripes top. Paint it. Yeah, baby. Now, duplicate. I don't know what the hell I just did. I duplicated the entire damn crap file. This is starting to look not crappy. Like, not crappy is, yeah, not crappy. I'll take it. Yeah, we mirrored the thing, so that's fine. But hey, all right. Okay. Progress. Yes. Look at that. Not bad, dudes. Not bad. Party on, dudes. I've seen worse. You know what, man? I'll take it. I've seen worse. That's fine. Now I'm just thinking about what the heck we're gonna do with this, the rest of this stuff. Let me look at the hinge. Yep, same stuff, and then we can add some design in here. It's so satisfying. Yeah, dude, you ain't kidding. That really changed it up. That I'm like, it's amazing what that one little frickin' thing did. I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. Yeah, it's gonna look a lot better now. Cool. So which part of this is the top? Oh, it brought it into Maya too. Yeah. All right. Mucho queso. That's the top. Let me go into the UV editor.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay. Wait, let me just check it one more time. It's the top right corner. All right. It's a me. How serious do you take this game? Yes. Yes. I don't hate this idea. I'm serious, I don't hate this idea at all. This is an excellent idea, we should do that. Just because. Just because. Yeah. Oh, that didn't need to have that there. That should go on the bottom piece, right? Like, should we keep the stripes on the top, dudes? Theoretically, that's where the plus sign should be. What is this part for? It's for Kerbal Space Program philosophy. It's designed to work with the hinge. Here, look. So I'm making two pieces. I have a bottom hinge piece and a top hinge piece. They're designed to basically join up to the hinge like that, right? And this basically makes it so the hinge doesn't drift. Hinge won't noodle around. Anybody that knows, that's messed with the robotics in KSP knows that hinges will move around, they'll bend, they'll flex. This thing basically prevents that from happening by having these two parts on the top and the bottom interact with each other. They interact with each other, so it's gonna clamp it. That's the prototype. That was the prototype that we used to kind of prove it out to make sure that it works. It does work. But yeah, we're working on a slightly better variant of it right here. That's what I'm doing. I'm keeping the stripes. Screw it. It makes the part look nice. Wrong brush. Go over into our wear and tear. You guys know the drill. Wear and tear. Take this. Go. Take that one. Acrylic 5. Nope, don't want that. Let's try chalk. Yeah, chalk is what we've been using. Just... idiot. Gotta pull this edge in a little bit. Copy that. Paste it over in matte. Replace the... I don't like it. We gotta darken that outline up. Eraser, low capacity. It's too defined. I don't like it. Let's just really go to town with the eraser here. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, that'll work. Copy, paste, replace. If I had these, if I had it exported to the same command line, target command line would be good. Yeah, see, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Good, good. Okay. Cool. Let's work on the top now. The top shouldn't be too hard. Let's go over here like this. Turn on the UV outline. Take rover dudes. Rover dude stuff and just put it over there. Now, that's the top corner. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do that. Go in here. Take the eyedropper, get that dark gray, and fill it. Actually, no. Get me like a really, really close white. Like that. Hey, you gotta make a new layer. We'll call this layer top dots. There we go. And this is top dots top. Flip this back over. Then I'm gonna go into that shrink tool and we're gonna shrink it down by 3 pixels, right? And then boop. Good. I know that doesn't look like much right now, but watch. Get the brush. The brush with extreme fall off right there. Move the sides around. Gotta fade that edge just a little bit. We'll do it again. Ready? Go do another pass on that edge. Fade it out. Perfect. Top dots top. Go here. Do the same freaking thing with the brush. Ready? Add a little more force. Remember, you gotta use the forks. Top dot stop. All right, watch. Get rid of that. Get rid of Rover Dude's thing right there. Now watch. Okay. Do that. Export hinge clevis. Copy. Paste. What did you did the plus and minus on the long face? Nah, I don't want to do that. I mean, we could. Let's. Main color. Turn the UV outline back on. I got this, dude. This is what I mean. We got this down to. We kind of got this down to a science. Just once we got cooking with our color palette, we're good to go. You know, we can even flip that back over to that light color and just get the chalk, right? Lower the opacity, lower the force, and then make the brush a little bit bigger, and there we go. Then we want to really get good with this. We just hit it a little bit with the eraser, a little bit with the smudge tool, right? Get a nice big, very small brush, high opacity, high force. Add some scratches. Go back at them with the smudge tool and get a bigger brush to do that. Bunch of scratches over. There we go. Done. Not hard. It really isn't. Now, we're gonna go back into top dots top and make top dots round. Make a new layer. Round, negative. All right, so give me that same white, right? We need an elliptical, fixed aspect ratio, right? And we make that right there. All right, fill it up with that color, right? Now we want to improve the fall off on this, so get the brush that has high fall off. Change the size. Doesn't have to be perfect. That's actually super bad and I hate it a lot. Okay, whatever. Let's go in here, shrink the selection by 5 pixels. No, that's too much. Grow by 3. There we go. All right, so flip the eyedropper, go over here, or get the brush tool, right? And then make the brush the same size as the selection. Nope. Good. Watch. Right? Not bad. Looks it's over there. Looks all right. Right? So get the blur, our old blur smudge tool, right? Fine. Fine. Perfect. All right. Take this, duplicate it. Hey boss, it's Space News being delayed. The title says it was a half hour ago, Kappa. It's good to know that you don't know how to look at a clock correctly. Thank you, Tessa. I'll remember that. We got 30 minutes, dude. Yeah, Tessa, we got some time, buddy. I screwed up. How do I reset the UI to default? I clicked the wrong button. Bugger Space News is normally at 9 p.m. my time. I switched to Tessa. I've been doing it an hour later, pretty much since I brought it back. I don't know how to get that all back. I don't know how to reset the damn UI. Balls, I screwed up. Why is this over there? No, you go over here. What? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's back to where it was. Good. I can just do it again. Not a big deal. Good. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Cool. Got my UV out, shut Rover Dude's textures out. Edit, or file, export Levis 1A. Copy. Paste it in the map folder in Unity. And... yes. That looks the part. It looks like a KSP part. That's the whole point, man. Good. All right. I just... Oh, no, 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 stop, stop, get off the screen. Am I having a stronk? Why aren't you completing? Why won't it let me just make sure that this can work. Different layer, you're out of bounds? I don't understand. What am I out of bounds of? I'm so confused. I'm on... Alright, we'll select that color. Alright, let's see. Fuck this thing. Excuse my language, sorry. Fuck up sucks. So bad. Oops. Touch. What am I missing? I don't know. I just never did this before. It's not letting me do any selections at all because I screwed something up. I don't know. I don't know. Don't care. Whatever. All right, let's oh. And shut that. Not as good as Robert Dudes, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's okay. I'm good. You guys good? I'm good. Any thoughts, guidelines when a rear bumper needs to be replaced after a fender bender? Taking a car to a body shop tomorrow, literally the only damage was on one of the balance braces. Breaking it apart and a pair of indentations where a set of license plate screws pushed into the bumper. Heck, I took more damage than the car. Oh, well, okay, I hope you're okay. Bumpers are usually one sub-assembly, dude, so if you break one piece, they're gonna be like, oh, you gotta replace the whole bumper. Dude, if the car's fine and the bumpers, you know, you got a couple of... If it was just a little fender bender, dude, unless your insurance is covering it, in which case you want to report that as... If you report it as an accident or something, you know, like, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Minor concussion feelings. The doc said you're good. Jeez. Yeah, zip tie that sucker. Zip tie it back together. Jeez, man. I hope you're okay. All right, well, fellas, it's not my best work, but it was quick. Hinged Owl Master. Part Tools script. Write it. It wrote it at as a PNG. How do we It needs to be a DDS or it's not gonna work. How do we... Hey Alpha, are you here? There's an option in the exporter. Oh, I'm stupid.
Oh, this is space.
Oh, can you get this up to survey slave? Does Maya have a DDS conversion? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, that worked. That's not ideal. Oh. I think this is a 2K texture. Ah. What resolution is the hinge texture? It's 800 by 800, guys. It's not, that's the hinge texture. We gotta make this thing way smaller. 2K textures are really big, I know. I exported it for the detail, dude. And then I planned on scaling this down. I just don't know how to do that in this. Yeah, see, that's... Nope. Hey. All right. Hey. And away we go. What the? I hate this thing so much, dude. The whole auto select layer is so counterintuitive. I hate it. I hate it a lot, actually. Hey, Eric. How big is the face? It's pretty big. Copy. That, paste. Well, we're gonna have to figure that out some other time. That's what the part looks like. I really should probably clean up those textures just a little bit. Other than that, everything looks... I think I get it. You're selecting the background layer when you're exporting. Yeah, that's what I mean. Why? Why would it auto-select the layer? That... I can't, you can't deselect anything. Like, I just... Who made this? This is idiotic. Why would you do that? Select all layers. Yeah, how am I gonna do that? It doesn't let you. Who made this? This program sucks. That's such a stupid way of doing that. is it blue? What? All right. Part tools, hinge dowel, 1A, right. Purple, game data, EJ, parts, hinge dowel, buy, paste. Here we go. Alpha, if you're here, how many times you hit that? How many times you hit that button? Back in the day with ULA pack, I used to hit that button all the time. We're reloading Kerbal's database right now. It's basically like restarting the game without restarting the game. Use module manager's Alt F11 reload. Look at you. Yep. Okay. Shh. It's not there. I did something wrong. Oh, there you go, Alpha, yeah. So, I don't know why it didn't find it. It didn't like something. I did something wrong. Parts, hinge dowel. Hingedal 1A, Hingedal 1A.mu, save. There it is. Text file name? Yeah, maybe. No, doesn't seem to be the case. We gotta figure out why my damn textures are blue, but... Why? It's not looking for a PNG. Notepad file name. No, it's not that, James. I don't know. We'll have to figure this out tomorrow, guys. But pretty good. We got a workflow for making these hinge parts, dudes. It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Is traveling to Starbase worth it? Depends. I mean... I don't know why it won't export. It saved it as... No, I undid it. I undid it. I know I did. I undid that. It's still an XCF. And it should be the right size in there. I hate texturing. I hate it so much. It's so stupid. I want to model my stupid parts. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Not gonna modify the texture anyway. Well, that's a kick in the junk. And on that bombshell, we'll leave. Just shut everything up. You know, it'd be nice if Synergy, which says it's cooperating, would cooperate by moving the mouse to the other monitor, but, you know, it's not gonna do that. Fine. Damn it. Well, whatever. Just have to, if we need to modify the texture again, it's gonna be at 800 by 600, but... Thoughts on when Starliner's coming home? I don't know. I'll talk about it in a second, dude. I gotta reset. I would click on that link, but the fucking mouse isn't working. No, that's good. Great. I love it. I love it when something that I, you know, make work doesn't. No, that's cool. Always a good time. Synergy is just completely inoperable right now, even though it says it isn't. So, you know, that's good. Why would I need that? Why install it if I, you know, didn't need it? Yeah, Synergy just straight up isn't working. That's the program that I use for one mouse to control two keyboards. It was working fine a second ago. It's just I shut out all the programs and now it's not. You know, it just makes it so I have to pick up another mouse and keyboard to switch the scenes and stuff and change the title and all this other things that I need to do because I have that to do that. So when it doesn't work, it kind of does the opposite of what I want. I have restarted the computer. I have turned it off and turned it back on again. Oh, now it's working just fine. Why? Why? You know, my car is out in the garage. The carburetor never does something like this. It never just stops working. If it does, there's a reason, and you fix it. Turning it off and turning it back on doesn't change anything, you know? It's much more logical, this real life thing. All right, anyway. What is your favorite car? One that goes... I don't know, man. I like all kinds of cars. And to be fair, a carburetor is much more simpler than a computer. Carburetors work off logic, so do computers, so they're comparable. Can your computer atomize fuel? I think not. Carburetors work off logic, so do computers, so, you know, ipso facto, carburetors are better.